Okay, we're back. So it's been a while since I last streamed. Okay, we're back. So I'm still running the modified version. Ah, shit. There's like some lag or something. Okay. So behind the scenes I've been experimenting with different graphics. So for example, there's this version of graphics that I drew, so it sort of gives a sense of scale, sort of. And then I tested with other versions like this. So it's kind of not that good, but it's still useful to have. Like this. So it's like a bit of a painted style. I really like this sort of type of leaves. Okay. Kind of something I want to do soon. Just right there. Hmm. Oh, that's interesting. So I'm gonna recompile, I think. So, how do I predict a level solution? Okay. Build success, perfect. Yay. Okay, I like that. Okay. Let's go. So let's say I give a level. Let's say that's the level. And if there's nothing, then it should compute that this is solvable. So you can run it and reach this destination. So by definition, a level is solvable if you're able to reach the other side. Let's say that this here So let's say there's one obstacle. Then every solution where you run towards the end and reach it would work, and then you eliminate all the solution where you need to run through this. It's kind of hard to visualize with these sort of drawings. Oh yeah, yeah, that's right, never mind. That's something I need to do. Undo. Okay. So obviously a first solution would be to make a big array. So a 2x2 array of this level. But it's actually so where that is the time. And then for every milliseconds, compute where the player could be. And if when you reach the end, the player could be at the end, then you know it's possible to solve it. But that sounds like computationally expensive. Another solution would be to compute where the player could be only at specific times. So let's see. So let's on my timeline. 0, 1000, and let's say something happens at 500. So I know that at 0 I could be this could be 10-0. So let's add 0. I'm at 1. Then I run. So this sort of shows my path. I guess I could say that my current location can be, through time, can be identified by like a starting point and a radius. So let's say I'm in an area that is very big. I know where I can be based on this radius. So after like 1 second, I could be anywhere within this radius. How does it work when there's a region like this, where if I start here and I start my radius, then what happens? And I know I can't be outside my regions anyway. Like I need some sort of fuzzy pathfinding almost. This is gonna be an interesting thing to solve. Hey, salut, Aoua Taba. Bienvenue. Welcome. I'm sort of confused. So right now, oh, I didn't realize I still had that one. Yeah. Taba. I didn't want to start the game in Visual 2017. Non, je parle en français aussi. Okay, there we go. Okay. I'm gonna close that. Okay. This one should be faster. So let's say I create a level. The idea would be that I can figure out if it's beatable. So this does that. So I know this is beatable. But how do I compute it with code that I can actually go through this? I don't know if it's common practice, but I'm sort of thinking long term. So let's say I release my game and people start making maps, so different levels like this. It would make sense to make something to validate. Hello, Mr. Heesh. It would be nice to be able to verify if what people are sharing is possible to beat. Also, not only that, but let's say I'm trying to make, I'm making the levels for this game. So in my mind, I have a specific idea. For example, this one is a pretty long puzzle. But I know that to beat it, I need to do this. Oh, shit. Okay. Alright. So the path to solve this is kind of long. But I shared this level with someone, and that guy is beating it like this. He just runs it like that. So before he showed me that, I didn't know that I could just run it. So if I make something to validate the level, this path would be shown. Yeah, this is inspired by that from the StarCraft custom maps. So as you can see, I don't want levels that you want to make good levels, but you don't want to be surprised by some of the solutions. So even though I'm not against having more than one way of solving a level, like this one is intended to be hard, but this solution is very easy. Like there's the other one over this one, for example. The real solution would be this. Ah, shit. Right, there's also a bug I need to fix. Okay. So this would be the right solution. And while this level is kind of boring, I'm keeping it for now, but... So what was the way to solve it? Right, okay. I missed it. Okay. Almost. I'm learning the timing for this other way of solving it. Yeah, so that's what I'm thinking about. But it's kind of... So, like, while it's a computer and it doesn't really matter to make something, like, you see, I'm just running it. So while, like, it's a computer, it doesn't matter too much to compute a lot of things. And really, like, the solution, the validation, only needs to be done, like, once. So... So while I could like send like some sort of concept of a particle, so like send a particles through the system where they can move around. Actually, RRT. Yeah, so that's what I expected to find. A rapidly exploring random tree is a data structure and algorithm designed for efficiency. Searching on. Huh. So while I could do that, I'm sure there's a simpler way to do it. Especially since I'm like controlling my whole environment. Like a level like this, for example. I have like my different regions. And this one, for example, I don't think there's any other solution. Too slow. Yes. Okay. And it's possible to do it from the other side too, I think. Can't believe I'm that bad. Shit. So if I ran my algorithm, it should find both this path going down and the other path going up. And I'm guessing there's a... let's go check again. Pathfinding. Is this based like through time? A rapidly exploring is an algorithm designed to... Okay. So there's a number of iteration. I sort of have to think about this. Because a side effect of this, of my problem solving thing would be to also figure out how hard a level is. That could be another thing that could be nice. Figure out how hard something is. In other words, what's your window of movement? Like this one. You think you can run it, but you can't. You need to jump back and then you can solve it. Oops. Ah, shit. How did I do it so fast? It's like my brain stopped or something. Nice. The jump is like so small. Because the way I visualize the time, I wonder if I can do something with Blender. Oh yeah, it's because I didn't stream much because I wasn't at home for like 2 months almost. Okay. So let's say I have a Blender. Let's say that's the level. No, not anymore. Let's go and put that like that. Okay. So let's say that's the level. Okay. And let's visualize it like that, with a bunch of cubes. Okay. So let's say my thing is like that then. At the speed. I'm just trying to visualize what I'm trying to do. Okay, so this would be a level. Poop, one falls. Second one falls. Alright. Second one falls, and then third one falls. Boom. Okay. And then I determine that I get killed when they are below a certain amount. So okay, so that's the visualization. So as soon as the thing crosses that, I'm dead. Kind of amazing myself that I can remember the hotkeys. So in other words, the window that you're able to cross this square. Can I do a solution with math alone? That's interesting. Can I define a solution as the negative of everything? That's interesting, right? So essentially I can be anywhere that I don't die. So if I can die, then I cannot be there. Interesting. So I can say, let's see. Not my best drawing, but whatever. So let's say I can die here. Then, by definition, I can say that I can be everywhere else. Okay, let's use a different color. So I can die here. And this would be perhaps, okay, let's see. Maybe this is at frame 0. So I can say at frame 0, I can only be... Hey, troll. Well, it's not so much that you managed to catch me, but I just wasn't streaming. And now I'm streaming for the first time in a long time. So I can say at frame 0. How am I? Pretty good. How are you? Then I can say the squares I can be are here, like those regions. In other words, this is safe. This is safe. This is safe. Let's try to model this correctly. With one particle at time 0, you split this particle in the number of push 2 in a frame. Yeah, I thought about that. Since when are you a mod? I don't know. I don't even remember myself. Yeah, I thought about that, but the problem is that it's a 2D game. And where I can go is like the pixels almost. So within an area, there's a lot of places that I can go. For example, like let's say this is where I'm at. And during a certain amount of time, let's say the edges I can reach are here. Well, I can go here, 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 here. There can be like hundreds of little locations that I could be inside of certain regions. That's like the amount of particles I need. So while I could like sample it, minimize it and everything, and maybe like having a couple, yeah. What's going on with this music? Let's just keep going with this idea and see where it brings me. So I know I cannot be there. And maybe this is at frame 400. And at frame 400, so at frame 0, I know I can be anywhere here. At frame 400, I know I can be anywhere here. Maybe I can do this without pathfinding either. Maybe. I know I can be here. Yo, Sir Coconut. Long time no see. Yeah, exactly. We thought about the same thing at the same time. So, let's see. So, I know that at frame 0 I can be standing anywhere here. I know that at 400 I can be anywhere here. Okay, I already know of a problem with that, but let's keep going anyway. And then because there's nothing that makes the player move. If the player wants to stand here, he can. Maybe that's at frame 800. And then like after I determine that I cannot be here at frame 0, then at frame 1 to 400, then there's like a part of the code that needs to grow, I guess. Grow this green part. So if the green part can grow to cover this, then at frame 400, okay, so the idea is that I notice the level would be solvable if I add all those green parts together. And if at the end, adding them together, I end up with this is kind of weird. I might be confusing myself too. So if adding them all together, I end up with like a full green, then I know it's working. Like I know the level is solvable. But what happens? The problem is that how do I know I can? So like there's a part of the code that's missing in this example. Like let's say this is the level. I know this is impossible to solve. Like I can do this forever, but I can never beat it. So this means that the green part doesn't get to grow enough inside of the obstacle, inside of this obstacle right there. So this here, like the player gets killed in this region enough that I can never, like the green growing thing could never cross this part. Also, writing code for like this sort of green growing thing is kind of weird. Or is it so much growing, or is it rather between 0, where I can be right here, to 400, where this is happening? Am I able to go from here to here? That's pretty much the real question, isn't it? Okay, let's get some better music. Oh. Is it better to think of this as a magnet field, or a sort of field? Maybe. Okay, what does that mean? What does a field mean? What am I thinking by that? Okay. So let's say I have my area. And I decide to code this where I have different dots. So this would be like a sort of low resolution. So I do this like that. So I have my dots, and then let's say I okay. So let's say this happens right here. So I deactivate. Okay, so each dot can be either on or off. And this one here is like off. And I know that this happens at like 0. So when a dot is off, maybe there's a certain amount of time that needs to pass before it's on again. And it can only be on if its neighbors are on. Sort of makes sense. So I don't need to do any pathfinding with this sort of thing. I just need to link dots with their neighbors. And the pathfinding is sort of implied with this. And to make it like, let's say the resolution here is too high, then I can lower it. So instead of only having 3 by 3 in this region, it could be more. Hey, Dr. Nuxus. What's up? I'm trying to figure out how to know if a level is possible to be beat. So let's say I do a level like that. So let's say this is my level. How can I know with code that I cannot reach this area? Like the next, how do I know I cannot cross? Almost. How can I figure out that I cannot indeed cross? So I know that because there's not enough time of like, if I look at my simulation, the time to cross is not enough. And this is slowed down. And this is all actually different. Okay, let's do the exact same level that I just created. It's kind of weird it reached that location faster. Even though it starts before. Okay, I'm gonna be like stupid, but whatever. Timing between two. Yeah. That's true. This could actually simplify. Could it? I actually just thought about why this doesn't work exactly. There's a problem with that corner cutting. For example, okay, let's change that there. Let's remove that. Okay, so let's say this is the thing. So I can never go through it, but I can, oops. I can go across like that. So maybe I do need pathfinding. Okay, never mind. Maybe so. My first idea was that the way you would reactivate those sort of nodes would be only like that and up and down. So like this one could be activated only by this, 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 and this one. But really, this node can be activated by the corners too, because you can cut across. Yeah, so maybe that's how you solve that. So let's say there's this there. Cool, okay. Let's keep going with that idea. Oh, by the way, was I... Okay, that works. Let's add a cone. Okay. I'm like too perfectionist for this. Okay, whatever. So let's say that's like the idea. All the time. Wait, what? Why does it bring the cube? That was a glitch. That's funny. So with this speed, it's sort of beatable. Anyway, so let's keep going with that. So this here means I deactivate a node. So this gets deactivated. So then there's a certain amount of time. So maybe now we're at like 200. So at 200, this is still deactivated. Huh. And then maybe after 400, that's how much time I determined before it turns back to green. Okay, so then I end up with some, over time, some layers, I guess. Okay, so based on my solution, based on the resolution, some faster solutions would not be able to be found, I think. So let's say you start with a low resolution. Check if it's beatable. If it's not, double the resolution. So maybe you add a couple dots everywhere. And then you can know. Yeah. Hey, by the way, welcome to everyone that's watching this stream. So it's a bit of an approximation. It's kind of weird because it's through time. So I still have my 2D area, but then stuff happens over time. I think this doesn't work. Because I don't think it handles cases like that. Like this would get computed as solvable. Yeah. Oops. Shit. How can I accurately determine where a player can be? That's like the hard part. Once I can figure out how to compute where someone can be at any given time, then it's easier. Like I know that, let's say I'm given an area. I'm given a starting point and I say you have 1 second to move. So at 0, I'm there. Where can I be in 1 second? So then you need to know the speed. So if I know like my speed, Then I can say, okay, I can in 1 second, if I say my speed equal 20, and let's say this is, okay, I don't care, my speed equal x. Okay, so in 1 second I can move by x units. X per second. Okay. Then I can say I can move in this direction by x for 1 second. So I move down here, I can go there. Let's say I go there. I know I can go. So in 1 second I could be here, I could be here, I could be here. But let's say I want to know everywhere that I could be. And also I'm not forced to move. So if I want, in 1 second I could move only halfway. I don't need to move the full x. So this is like my maximum speed, but I can go at any other speed that I want inside of in 1 second. So in other words, if I take the maximum speed for 1 second, I end up with like a radius of x. And I know that this whole area could be where I'm at in 1 second. So that makes sense so far. And then I can say the area can be bounded by the borders. So if I were to go 2 seconds, so it's not so much about computing every single possibility, but more as knowing the range of where I could be. So I don't need to calculate like 1,000 location within this sort of circle. I just need to compute the range. And in the case of a circle, I can define the range by my starting point. Start point. And then with my radius. So by knowing these two values, okay, start point, speed, and then the time. So by knowing where I started at, how fast I can move, and how much time do I have to move, then I can figure out this circle. And that's very simple. Okay. Okay, let's say I have 2 seconds. So I'm still starting there. But now I guess my radius is gonna be bigger. So in this case, the circle gets bounded by the rectangle. Now, this is easy if I know the starting point. So I know one single point. But what happens if I don't exactly have a single point? Maybe I have a region. So I know. So let's say I'm here. I don't exactly know a single point like before. But now I know. Okay. I'm starting somewhere in this rectangle. So it's not a point anymore, but I know I'm here. So now, how do I figure out the region? And it's probably not gonna be a circle anymore. And was this really a circle, or did it look like a circle just because I started from a point? So let's say I sample this. So I start from this corner. So once again, I end up with a circle. Maybe if I go with this corner, I end up with this other circle. Okay. And I guess I can also, it's kind of meaningless, but let's do it in the center. So in other words, from a rectangle, I end up with this sort of rounded rectangle. And if I knew my starting point was inside of a sort of triangle shape, then this would look like that sort of rounded shape triangle. So after a certain amount of time, I know that I could be anywhere within this whole region. Huh. Okay. So the curve right here of this circle, this sort of curve. This curve, yes, this curve. Can't believe I forgot that. So the curve, it's still the same curve as my circle. So it has a radius. And it so happens that Okay. So I'm getting somewhere now. I can understand curves. This curve is defined by my speed through time. And it's the same thing for this triangle. So if I look at this curve, like the length of each line is gonna be the same everywhere around this triangle. Okay, so how can I use that for solving a level? Okay, first of all, I just want to think about this shape now. Let's say I have this shape. So once again, so what happened here? This here I know. Let's make it more extreme. So does this meet here at a right angle?
I am a robot.
Thanks for the follow, Eggplant. Welcome to this room. Is there an easy program I can use to grow edges into rounded stuff? GIMP maybe? Maybe Blender could also work. So let's say I have this small area. Okay, that's my shape. Let's give it some. Okay. So I have this rectangle. This is where I'm starting from. Now. Oops. Selection. Grow. If I grow this by 50. Oh! Very good. So this allows me indeed to view. Nice. So based on a certain amount of time and a speed, I'm able to reach those areas, and I can be anywhere within the white area. Okay. Wait, what happened? Okay, that's one solution. Now let's say I have this. Hey, Corum. Hello. Boom. Okay. So it is a sharp angle. Okay, really cool. So this is kind of the code I want to be able to write. This sort of grow code. So I give you a starting location and I say grow. How good am I with GS? I'm sort of good, sort of not good. I'm good enough that I can probably do anything that I want, but I don't really know GS. I put a hotkey on that. Wanna try gambling? Probably not. Are you thinking of writing like a gambling bot? Or something? Ah, shit. Oh, never mind, I did it right. I made one a long time ago, like I think in 2012. It would gamble bitcoins, back when it wasn't worth that much. Da da da. Gambling bitcoins. It's kind of risky though. Very risky. Okay. I need to understand how GIMP does this. How do you define a selection rather? Like, what is this shape? And if I give you this shape, how exactly do you manage to grow it? So I do grow, boom, and you grow it correctly. That's also like an edge case. This is outside of my big area. I mean, it turns out it doesn't matter in this case, but it could like create an island if... I'm doing a lot of this just because I want to understand. How does this work? Because this idea of growing sounds like a good one. A circle at every vertex, yeah. So it's, I guess I end up with... Like, I understand how to do like this sort of shape. But rather what I really would need, it's more of like this, a path where you can curve. So a curve is defined by a bunch of little things. Maybe that's what I need to understand. So a curve isn't like a lot of little points on the curve. It's 2 points with a formula to define the curve. I see. So a curve can also be a straight line. But it... So in this thing here, it's... there's like some code that... But like one... Okay. And if I move this... Okay, so 2 points form a curve. What happens if I delete that? Oh, it auto-connects. Very cool. Oh. Wait a second, what just happened there? So 3 points. Okay, so the focus is this. Okay, I see. So on this side of the dot, whoops, there's no focus. While on this side, there's this focus that handles this line, and there's this one that handles the other one. Wait, no, does it? Isn't that like 2 focus? And a line looks continuous when the 2 sides... When the 2 sides form a straight line, sort of. I mean, that's just a visualization, but... Dun, 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 dun. Yeah, I guess I could just code mine with a single focus point. keep pressing the wrong thing. Yeah. So a selection can be curved. Ah, but a selection is just a bitmap, I see. So do I want to work with bitmaps or pixels or whatever? Or do I want to work with curves? Can I grow a curve? Or do I need to have these sort of pixels in order to think about growing? I'm guessing math on bitmaps are very easy. And this part here grew and it ended up merging. And it created one big parameter there. Perimeter, yeah. But it also has regions inside of it that are excluded. I don't like how GIMP cuts stuff outside the layer. Outside the canvas. Because ultimately what I have is like my level solver. All that it could be would be like a selection that grows through time. This could be like the way to visualize it. Where a selection is actually just a region of where I can be. Like in this case, as soon as this thing goes, I can be anywhere. Anywhere, all there, all there, all there. And then here I cannot be there. Ah, shit. So essentially, like for each frame, boop, 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 boop. So here I could only be in this region. Poop here, and it can expand to be here. Here it can expand, expand, expand. Oh, that's cool. Huh. This frame can be removed. Okay. So this idea of a selection, so you end up with this weird sort of selection structure thing that evolves through the level. Almost like a sort of a heat map or whatever. So as you get here, you can see it, you could see it grow, 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 it grows. Then it gets like around here. And then here it gets destroyed. And then it restarts growing in this direction. And in this direction it gets destroyed, destroyed. And then in the time that this explodes, the thing starts to grow again, but in the other way. And that's why you're able to jump backwards. There's just enough time to jump backwards. I want to go in diagonal. Maybe diagonal is too slow compared to a straight line. Oops. If I had a level solver, it would be easy to see. Maybe it's too sharp of an angle. Maybe I'm just bad. Ah, shit. Oh, I got it. Okay, I mean, that's not bad, I guess. I overstepped so far. Anyways. Let's look at that. This guy is saying prototyping a puzzle game for Solvaby. I am prototyping a phase. Making a puzzle game. The basic premise is of what the players to do is get from point A to point B by navigating through a maze-like setup, while moving blocks out of the way and avoiding enemies. This is my first approach to a game like this, so I am wondering how others have made sure that the levels they create are solvable. For example, take the basic unblock game where you have to move the red block off the game board. It's difficult because they are all in a tight space. Possible to solve with paper prototypes and work promise. Sobokan. Working from a... you have at least 3 options. Working from a salt and stave, my gut feeling says solution, because A, there are usually many end states, and B, the puzzle does not only have to be solvable but also interesting. So you should probably rather pursue one or both. 2 options. Automatic testing. Unless you are making huge levels, there are usually few actions a player can take, most of which will quickly lead to an unsolvable game state. That makes this perfect for a bot to exhaust all possible moves. One path. Manual testing, so you come up with a general. Very much with this now. Want to play. This doesn't really apply to me, I don't think. Obviously, I don't want to do manual testing. Like, I can already do that, but it's not enough anymore. Because the game is gonna get too complex for manual testing. This idea of growing selections is kind of interesting too. Like growing selections through time. And then based on where the action is happening, maybe like part of the selection gets killed off. Hey, since I have it, let's put it on stream. Hmm. So in other words, what do I need? I need a couple functions to make this work. Okay, so I need to write like... Do I call this like selection? I mean, in GIMP it's a selection, but in my thing it's not really... is it like an area range? Why can't I draw? Oh, I'm glitched. Okay, there you go. Okay, so something like a... So I call this an area range. Let's go. Okay. So I need a function to define the area. I need a way to do that. Define. I need a way to update. Okay. So yeah, given so at a certain frame, the area can look a certain way, and then let's say I look 2 seconds later, then the area can look a different way. It can grow, and I don't really need to update it every frame either, do I? I don't even think I need to. So I need... Hey, Katsu. Update. Delete. I need a way like to delete the area. So whatever data structure this is allows for deletion. And it needs to be able to do any types of shapes. So this is a black box. It does this. It does that. Over time, delete area. That's it. And maybe a function like check. So at a given time, I need to be able to check if I am over. So at a certain time, so an area range time, something like that. So it's something that can evolve through time. think that's all the functions that I need for that to work. Okay, I'll be right back. I'll grab something to eat. Hello, worst Yorick EU. What is this? Those are notes. If I zoom in, there's like a lot of little notes about like everything in my game almost. All the math and all the ideas. There's a lot of stuff. How's that going? Pretty good. I'm just like stuck on this idea of like figuring out if a level is beatable. I have an idea now with this sort of in this sort of object. So yeah, my game is looking like this right now. Don't mind the graphics too much. It's a puzzle game where you need to figure out how to cross puzzles. Also, don't mind the difficulty, those levels are really hard. Oops. Ah, shit. Like this one goes too fast, so you need to backtrack to beat it. So the idea is that there's explosions, and you need to make your way all the way across without dying. Ah, shit. Ah, shit. I almost had it. I'll just beat it the proper way. Oh, that was close. Oh, I got it. What? That was so lucky. I got the timing perfect. Oh yeah, computer science. Good luck with that. Yeah. Yeah, so those are really hard, but the real game doesn't need to be that hard. This is like so hard to cut. I've been thinking about like the graphics a lot. Like I have like a bit of inspiration. This and like this is all art done by other people, but it's very cool to see like what people have done. Like this is really good. This one is like one of my favorite already. Very cool. Water effects are really cool too. Maybe. Some people are really good at drawing. I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. Those ribs were hard to eat. I actually realized like halfway through that I was cutting them in the wrong way. So I was trying to cut the bones and all. When was this added? G-baited? Someone's doing work. September 2016. Huh. Huh. How do I make it sound less sharp? Yeah. Five out of 10. So what is an area range time? ART. Okay. This operates in linear time. Area range time. It's linear time. How does this work? Let's see, is this what I'm looking for? Region growing is a region-based image segmentation method. This approach to segmentation examines neighboring pixels of initial seed points and determines whether the pixel neighbor should be added to the region. In the same manner as that's not what I want, I don't think. Flood fill, is that something else? Flood fill, also called seed fill, is an algorithm that determines the area connected to a given node. Get fill to a paint program connected similarly colored. That's interesting. Flood fill algorithm takes three parameters: start node, a target node, and error. Very cool. I'm not sure if that's what I want. The grow command increases the size of a selection in the current image. It works similar to the shrink command. Particularly when you grow a rectangle selection, the resulting selection has rounded corners, shown in the image below. Percent radius. In computer science, a selection algorithm okay, that's not what I want. Selection algebra. Okay, no. What is that? I need a... What's the right math to do this? Oh, that's cool. Okay. So let's say something happens at frame... Shouldn't I have more notes? 0. I can't just look at 0 alone. I need to look at 0 and -1. Okay, there it is. So let's say something happens at 400. Well, my shape, my weird thing shape, needs to be updated at 400, but also at 399. So there's something that happens here, and there's something that happens here. Likewise, if it's 800, there's something at 799 that's also happening. Or do I just do the steps in this order? Steps. First step is going to be grow, and then remove the extra. Remove. And then I need to think about how do I handle corners? Like, let's say I'm growing from this point, and this point grows over the corner, so I end up with like this sort of circle, and then I remove this part. I still end up with this, which dotted crust. Essentially, grow, remove, grow, remove, grow, remove. You do that a couple times, you end up with a solution. That's it. As long as you're able to handle points. So let's say I have this shape. And I want to remove, let's start with a square, this square from inside of it. So that plus that equals that, where you have the inside like that. So this sort of area plus the negative, you end up with a area with your area with a hole in it. It would be nice if I didn't need to convert any of this in sort of pixel space. If I could keep like the thing. So let's say this is 0, 0, 0. Maybe this is like 0, 4. Yeah, that's good. 4, 4. And 4, 0. This could be 2. 1, 2. Okay, fine. This could be 1, 1, 1, 2. This could be like 1, 3, 2. Okay. So this shape, so the 0, 0, 4, 0, those points, if you remove this, you end up with a shape that is defined by 0, 0, 4, 0, 0, 4, 4, 4. And then you end up with this, which is 1, 1, 3, 1, 1, 2. And this here, which is 3, 2. Okay. So is this shape actually something like that, where you have the corner, the next part, and next part? Is this how it's supposed to be divided? So this sort of area range time thing is just a bunch of little areas that compose itself. And how do I work with curves then? So obviously, let's say I have this area instead, where it's a nice circle, and then that plus that equals a circle with a hole. I just put it into a square, I guess. This sort of math becomes so complicated fast. How do I code that? Do I think of it in terms of only the lines themselves and not in terms of regions? Maybe. So it's not the region that's growing or anything, it's just the lines, the bounding lines that change. Their boundaries, they change. How? Let's see. So let's say I have a nice little circle. Boom. Perfect circle. There you go. Perfect. Okay. Grow it. Boom. And all that I did there. All that I did is I took my 200 and made it 50 pixels bigger. So in other words, it becomes 250. And sure enough, oh wait, it doesn't. Why? Hey, Tinkaloom. Oh wait, what? Okay, let's shrink it down to 200. 200. What is that circle? This is the circle of life. The person that solved this wins the game. Okay, maybe not exactly, but oh, I'm so dumb. Okay, no. The real reason I'm looking at this circle is I came up with this idea of something I will call something like area range time. It's gonna be something called area range time, ART, whatever, where whatever this thing is, I'm able to define an area. So an area is whatever I decide that it is. Give me a sec there. So this circle is an area. This big thing is an area. This is an area too. Triangle, that's an area. It's a shape. Geometry. The square is an area. Okay. And what I want is for this sort of idea of an area to evolve over time. So I want to use an area that evolves over time. So it can grow over time. So let's say I start with this circle. Okay. Then over time it can grow to this. So let's say after 1 second, this is how much it grew. This area here, it was green. And then I say, okay, grow it for 1 second. And then after 1 second, the new area is the white part with the islands in the center and everything. Let's say I have this triangle. I say grow it, and then it grows and it becomes the white part. I have this sort of double rectangle, grow, it becomes the white part. I want to be able to delete parts of an area. So let's say that's my area. Let's hide the white part. If I want to, I can say delete this part here. Boom, deleted. And now the area is defined by the whole thing, but there's an island in the center. So that means for my game, like this would be, for example, one solution to a puzzle, where if it touches, you die, or whatever. I don't know how I can explain it well. It's like so simple, but it's not. Okay. I got it. So the area is where I could be. So I don't in order to make like the perfect level solver, over time I don't exactly know where I could be. So let's say I'm starting here, and then I say in 1 second where can I go? Well, in 1 second I can go up to here. 1, 1, 1, 1. So in 1 second, starting from a center point, I'm able to go to like a certain distance. I have some better drawings actually. There you go. So in 1 second I can go in like all the different distance, and it makes like a circle from a point. If I don't know exactly where I'm at, so I don't have a point per se. Maybe I have like this sort of green area. So I don't know where I'm at inside of this, but I know I'm inside of this. So in 1 second, if I'm inside of this rectangle, where can I be then? So it turns out that so let's say I'm in this square. So I could be anywhere within the green part. Where can I, in 1 second, where could I possibly be then? So you grow the region, and then you end up with the white part. So after 1 second, I could be anywhere here. And then let's say I wanted to check another extra seconds, then I could do that too. Boom, so in an extra second, I can be there. Sure. Black is gonna be, never mind. Okay. So 1 second, okay, so start green, 1 second white, 2 seconds gray. So I don't know where I can, like after 2 seconds I could be anywhere inside of this gray part. I don't know where I'm at. I just know I'm somewhere. And then if that somewhere happens to be the other side of the level, then I know that the level is possible to beat. So hopefully that made sense. If I'm growing my region, and it so happens that the region, after a certain amount of time, reaches the other side, then I'm able to beat it. The problem is that I can have obstacles, and I know that if I'm there when the obstacle fires, I cannot be there. So that's why then it becomes important to be able to remove parts. So if needed, I can delete that. Boom, deleted. And then once a part is deleted, then the shape restarts to grow. Alright, it's only 400 milliseconds. Yeah. So if I do this right, like this makes sense, like this sort of thing. But how do I actually code that? How do I define a shape? Or an area? What is an area even? Like the area is an abstract player location where I could be anywhere inside of that location. And then I want to be able to grow it. I want to be able to delete parts of it. Essentially the parts that where I die. So if I know that there's something happening at 400, then my area shouldn't cover the whole range of the 400 explosion. And then at 800, but if it's possible, then eventually it's gonna grow to reach the other side. Like this one, I cannot just run it. Oops. If I try to run it, it catches up to me and it kills me. So the solution would figure out, like it would grow it following the explosion. Oops. And then as it follows it, then it starts to remove area, remove. But within the time that it removes it, the area has time to grow backwards a bit. Oops. I can't believe it. There. So to beat this, the thing removes and then I can jump backwards and then I can cross. Yeah, this is like tricky. It was like a really cool mechanic. Oops, I kind of messed up. So fun. Like, just this mechanic alone is like really fun. Ah, shit. That's a bug I need to fix. I forgot how to cause it. Once I die. It's part of my camera class. It's And I think I can go back to... Okay, let's just do it the right way.
Estoy al borde del abismo y no da pena la situación. Quiero la gente a mi lado para morir contigo, gritar y exclamar contigo, y entre dientes murmurar. ¿Cómo negar esos ojos?
This is sort of a waste of time, but it's fun, so... Oops.
Solo me quiere esperar la tormenta.
Oh shit. This is almost runnable. I just fix that. Oops. Oh yes, I can run it. Nice. The timing is perfect. Oh, this looks so good. Run. Oh shit. If I jump into it, it just works. Oh wow. What's the timing on that? 200? Oh. Oh yeah. Okay. GIMP is like so elegant in the way it does everything. Right. So this size is 204, but the actual radius is like 100. So when I do plus 50, I'm saying add 50 to the radius. So given just a simple line, let's I say your line. Yeah. So I'm giving you a line and I say grow it. But then you don't know, do I go this way or this way? So instead, given a line with a normal, and I say grow. So I know right now you're at like 0, 0. Let's say like this is 0, 10. And this is not a 2D shape, this is just oh, and it is a 2D shape. Okay then. I have this concept of a line that doesn't really have an end. But I know it has a start and I know like how it goes. Anyway, so I say grow it. What I mean by that is move it. So I say grow by 20. So I get a new line. But instead of being at 0, if I say it's grow by 20, then it's 0, 20. So I moved it downwards. That's all that happened. So in other words, I moved the point by a certain amount following the direction of the normal. Interesting. Now, when I have 2, let's say I have a corner with a point, then the normal for this side would, so I have a normal for that side, a normal for that side, and then I say move them by 20, so I'd end up with a new point like that. So it's then moved by 20. But then the corner itself needs to become rounded by a radius of 50. 20, I mean. So in other words, how do I code a radius? What is a radius? Does it involve angles? Maybe it does. So a sharp corner becomes a radius. But what happens when I want to grow a radius? Radius. So a radius can be defined by 2 points and so a radius is defined by 3 points. There's like a distance here, distance here. I really like this sort of instrument. Is that a violin? Do you know a lot of math? I'm not that good in math, but I'm good at figuring out math. So given a solution, a problem and enough time, I can usually work out everything. It's a bit like reinventing math, but you end up... Well, I mean, I have a good background anyway. Like I've studied vector math, matrices, everything. I learned like functions, derivatives. I mean, there's a lot of things. I learned like integrals and I guess like geometry. I didn't really study that much. I think, or maybe in high school. Did I learn that in computer science courses? It sounds like a lot, but it's like the base. Like everyone should know at least as much as I do, I think. I'm coding in C#. The whole code is like C# code. So extending, no? Huh. Extending a circle or a radius is actually super simple because you keep your center point, but you just extend those dots in their respective directions. Yeah. So if I extend that, I end up with like this. But now this is the new size. So I just pushed it. You've been pushed. That's the only thing that changed. It's like the location of the points. And then based on their location, I can recompute the curve. But I don't need to know about every single point on the curve. I just need to know where does the curve start, where does it end, and what is it rotating around. Yeah, someone's doing woodworking. It's actually his job, but usually he doesn't work in the house. He works like wherever the clients tell him to work, I guess. I guess now he's like his own client. Like, I mean, it's so surprising how much geometry you need to know in order to make a game. All those like formulas, everything. All this like stuff. Bunch of like I didn't expect that, I think, when I wanted to make my game. Actually no, I think I did expect that. That's why it took me so long to start doing the game. Yeah. I mean, after a while, all the math gets hidden behind like your functions. So you code like this thing once and then you can use it forever. But you don't need to think about it anymore. Okay, so I'm really tempted. Actually, that doesn't work. It doesn't work. Okay, it works, but it doesn't work. It both works and doesn't work. What I'm thinking about is that since the action of growing something ends up giving you a radius, or like something, like let's have a look at this. Where's the circle? There you go. Let's say I look at this. No circle based shape, it's just sharp corner. And I end up with something that's round. But maybe a corner can be coded as a circle where the three parts, the center, and then your points, the center and the points are actually at a length of 0. In other words, those 3 data points are just like 1, 2, 3, and then it does a sharp corner. And then when it's time to grow, when it's time to grow, I'm not changing anything. I'm just making this not be 0 anymore. I change that from 0 to like 20, and then automatically my rounded shape appears. The problem though is that right now, well, there's no code, but my algorithm says move this point in the opposite direction as whatever my center, like wherever my origin is, move it in the other direction. But if the 3 points are on top of each other, you can't do that. But maybe this is resolved with using the normal, because obviously that's not a shape. This sort of arc is part of a bigger shape. This arc is part of the whole. So I know, let's make a new layer. I'll write it in red, I guess. That's gonna be a good looking color. Fine. Okay. So, So right now there's like a data point there, data point there, data point there. Same here, here, here. And when it's time to grow this, I can say that these center point, they form a line. That's how they relate to each other's. And this line has a normal, a way, or like a vector, whatever you want to call it, a way to use. So this point here is part of this line. This point here is part of this line. So when it's time to extend this, I can just follow this normal. And then if I have my same thing here, and then this forms a line. This is part of that line. This is part of that line. So everything is just a radius and a line. So a line is formed by the 2 points, and the points themselves, or like I mean the corner that you see, is built from 2 points. Okay, let's see. Let's say I have a triangle. What is this? Like in my game, I'm not likely to have triangles, but yeah, maybe a triangle will be possible. Oops. There you go. Okay. So now this point here has a data point there, data point there. Oh, so maybe I don't even need to store this. Maybe I don't. Maybe this thing can always be recomputed because these things, they lie on this line. If I extend this line, that's where this is. Oh, this is weird. Extend this, you end up here.
To those sad eyes, and I knew there's something deep.
Ah, this is not good.
You would not let me through. You're not taking any chances. No, I told you of my stances. You would not let me through. You could not get to you. The saddest eyes were all I knew. But in those past lives you were free.
This doesn't seem to work.
Now it seems so
Because
obvious to me.
intuitively, I would place the dots here.
Victorious but cold, defeated when she was old.
Oh yeah, they are.
Down many
Okay,
times.
so it just so happened that it looked like the point was on this line, but it's not. The point is
Many chances.
like this. So I have my 3 points.
Defeated when you're down.
These form a line.
Maybe you
Okay.
know better than me. The dreamer and the scientist. She's out of hope, she's
There you
out
go.
of bliss.
They form a line.
She makes no difference now to me.
Okay. And the points are, so the lines they themselves have are normal.
In those past
And
lives you were free.
the points are,
Now it
for the
seems so
growing part,
obvious to me.
they depend on this normal to extend out.
Victorious but cold, defeated when she was old. She fell down many times.
So this normal here tells me where my point should be. There you go. This normal here.
Questioning what she could
and that's my radius, and it ends there. And from there to there is just a line between this point and this point.
Atlantis,
Very cool.
Atlantis,
So this is just like 90 degrees.
Atlantis.
Yeah, so I saw this case and I tried to apply it to apply it to all the other ones, and I realized that it didn't work. So this point looks to be on this line, but it's not. It just so happens to be. So those are like, yeah. I mean, the way you visualize it doesn't matter, because if you're doing the right thing, it should end up being pretty much the same. It's just we have different visualization. So that actually works. With that, I'm able to hey Ohabu. With that, I'm able to represent very complex shapes. Shapes like that too. Okay, maybe not that. That one I made it with curves, so it doesn't count. Yeah, let's delete that. This one works though. So if I want to dissect this shape, and then there's like the normal, which I'm not yet sure how I'm gonna compute that normal value, but we'll think of that later. This follows the normal. Normal. Oh, the normal is just perpendicular. So there's two possibilities. Either it's pointing that way, or it's pointing the other way. So this would be one corner of this whole shape. This is like starting to make sense in my mind. Now the problem comes when I want to remove. How does removing work? If I need to remove, where's the color picker? Wow. Oops. Foreground. Why does it not save? Like when I press Control to pick, it sets it back as that. Huh, maybe that's a bug. Pick mode, Control, pick only. Huh, whatever, I think that's a bug. So what did I want to do that? Now let's say I need to remove. So someone, if you're standing here, you're dead. Boom. Does that work? Yeah, it works. Oh, I just noticed it's not. Yesterday it was raining outside. Okay. So I want to define shapes only by their boundaries. So is this like an effect that I layer? So I first create the big shape, and then I also remove. So can I think of this as like positive space and then negative space? So a shape is defined by its positive space and where you remove the negative space. So if I were to convert this shape into a bitmap, I would first draw the whole thing and then remove the parts that are not in. And a negative space is something that is not on the border of the shape. Does that make sense? Border of the shape. And just to think a bit ahead, let's say so I have this shape, and then let's say I give you a point and I say, is this point inside of my shape? How do I know if it is? Okay, well, I know one algorithm where you shoot the point, you make a line. So you made a line. Oh. I want green, red. You make a line, and then you count how many borders that you cross. And then if it's an even odd number, you're inside the shape. But if it's an even number, so let's say I cross this. Oop. 1, 2, then it means I'm outside. So I could take this, shoot it there. I cross 1, 2, I'm outside. So in other words, I make one point that I take my point, and then I make another point at a location where I know for sure that I'm outside. And then count the amount of lines that I cross. That's one way to do it. The other way, let's say I'm in a regular good looking shape. Like this shape. Okay, this is not a good looking shape. This shape is better. So I want to know if this dot is inside of this shape. I can look at it one line at a time. So am I below this line? So I'm guessing the normal is important here. Am I below? Yes. Okay, rather it's not below or anything, it's just on which side of the line am I? Am I on the inside side of the line? Yes. Okay, go to the next line. Am I on the inside side of the line? Yes. 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 So for a simple shape like this, then it's fine. Let's go to the next one. Am I inside of the line? If I'm here, am I inside of this line? Yes. Am I inside? Yes. 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 No. Because this line extends and the inside is there. And it kind of would be complicated to compute. So it's more, I guess I'm just gonna have to go for like intersection algorithms. And what's the formula? What's the math for intersection between a line and a curve? The map is already partitioned. Whoops. I just lost my browser just crashed. Give me a sec, I'm reloading everything. It's the first time Opera crashes on me. Okay. So my game is already partitioned. I'll just show you that first and then I'll explain what I'm trying to do. So as you can see, let's go. So this shape here is, it gets divided. So here this is one part, one piece, one piece, one piece. So you end up with really nice rectangles. So let's say this is my shape. So the thing is very efficient. Boom. So this whole thing is only one little region. What I'm actually trying to do is figure out I want to over time grow a shape to figure out where the player could be, and if that shape grows and reaches the other side, then I know the level is possible to beat. Ah. Shit. I can't do it. I keep going too late. Yeah, whatever. Yeah. So I want this sort of idea of like perhaps something called area range time, where I can define areas. So for example, an area would be the start of the level. So like this area right there. And then I want to grow it over time. So at 0 seconds, 20 seconds, 200. So I can see it grow. Then maybe it reaches this green part. It can grow. Oops. Grow. And then when it loops, whoop, now I'm somewhere there and it comes towards me. It kills off the area, so it removes parts of it. Oop. And then the start here, it restarts to grow and fill in the parts that are already dead. And then in this part, like the way you solve this is by going backwards. Oops. I could slow it down, but okay, like that. So I was able to go back. So when this one kills off the region, between this and this, there's enough time to go backwards. Boom. And then when the thing passes it, then I should see it regrow towards the end and then finish it. That's what I want to do. So like as my region goes and then it kills, and then by the time it gets to the next part, it grows, and then if I reach the other side, it's a win. So from one point, I can say where could I be in 1 second, and then within that second it means that I could be anywhere. So I don't actually know where I'm at, but I know I could be anywhere here. So a region is just a way to it's a way to not need to compute every single possibility. It's a region englobes all the possible movements. So now I'm thinking about the noises. I think my mic glitched. Okay. So yeah. So now I want those functions. Was there like a lot of sound? I wonder if there's a way for me to block it. The sound of hell. Cracking, yeah. So I need to be able to define the area I want to update it, grow it over time. Then I want to delete parts of it. Parts. And then I want to be able to check if a point is inside of that area. And then it would be nice if I could draw it. If I can display it, then it would look really cool to see it go through over in the level. There's something that's kind of annoying. Okay. Let's say my level. Okay. So I can have bounds. The boundaries. Okay. And let's say I divide it. I want a yellow. Okay. Kind of wish I drew this a bit bigger. Okay. So with that, I define this area as my start. And then I say grow, but it can't grow outside of the borders. This whole area outside is bad. So I can only grow so far. Like the growing is limited to the edges. How does that work? Let's just redraw it bigger. Let's start with like the area that I can be in. Okay. That's my area. Now I define this as my starting point. And then I say grow by 50. Okay, 50 is a bit much. 25. Boom, okay. I grow. I'll make it like brighter. Oops. Okay, so I just grew. So I know I could be anywhere inside of this green. And then I say in 1 second, I could then be anywhere inside of this. Everything is good. And then I want to do it again. Okay, and this is where trouble starts to start. Okay. There you go. So how do I do this action of removing? Let's keep going. Let's not remove anything. I'm looking for it. I guess this opacity overlay. Multiply. Okay, multiply looks nice. I want it shorter a bit. Dun, dun. How does this turning the corner work? Like this whole area needs to be deleted. Like this version right there assumes that I'm able to go from there directly to there. But in the truth is I need to go from there to there and then I can go there. So in other words, there are parts that need to stop growing based on the level geometry. Hey, tak. So my thing needs to grow stuff, but you cannot grow outside of the level. That should be like forbidden. So you try to grow, fill the space until you reach the maximum size. In other words, you cannot cross over. So my points, they cannot cross over to the level's boundaries. So that means, given this, Given a corner and then a point to grow from, and then I can get my little angle right there. And then I start growing. Boom. And then when I reach the wall, this dot starts to... I want the intersection pretty much. Hey Tuk Tuk, do you know how to do the intersection? Hello? Okay, I thought I glitched again. Between a line and a curve. So let's say I have a line and a curve that is defined by a center point and then the 2 points that need to go around. So the whole thing here has the same length. I want to find this point. You sure? I think he knows. Oh, is that what I'm looking for? Calculate intersect point between arc and line. I want to calculate the intersection point between arc and line. Start end point, start ending. Center point. Yeah, okay, that's good. I have a dash. The language is like by someone that's not native English. So now that I want to find the intersection point, please give me line intersected with arc. Start angle, arc end angle, point center. Is that his line? A point on the arc has coordinates. Yeah, okay, cool. Oh, it's just that. So that's the equation of a line, perfect. Then call 0. Then with I already forget what TT. Okay, D is that. What is P though? Am I like stupid or? So warm in here. Now we're gonna line arc. Y coordinate, starting angle. I don't want to mess with angles. I've worked with too many with angles too many times already. That looks very similar to what I have. I don't care about smooth. Uh-oh. Hey, never mind, there's no option. I thought Twitch had given the option for everyone to lower the quality. Okay. Do I want to read all of that? Maybe later. It seems to be what I'm looking for though. But I thought they just reviewed that on Twitch. Well, I know at least they raised the recommended settings. Not sure if I can find it, but so I just assumed that by asking us to make the bit rate higher, they would give the quality options. 15,000. Did it look good? Couldn't even load it. Wow. Yeah, so that's probably why you saw that, because like I don't know, 3 months ago that would not be possible. I don't think. I think it's a very recent change. I'm not exactly sure if that's if I do even want to calculate the intersection. Like, as you fill, let's say I select that corner. So this thing here. So as I grow, it fills in the corner closer and closer and closer. This is like so cool, the way the line moves. I wonder why they limit it to 100. Can I input at 200? No. I want some. Yeah, but let's say I want a radius of 200. I could have a rectangle bigger than 200 and it wouldn't be a circle. Like, who decided 100 was enough of a radius? Or am I just... No, the radius is the length of the line. So this here is a 100 by 100 circle. No. Well, if I go there, I find the center somewhere. Brings me around here, I think. This requires so much processing power to just think about that. But like, just this idea of having like radius and all, it simplifies my shapes by a whole lot. So now I just need to understand what happens when I cross over to the next shape. And it also means that grows more. Yeah, I think you're right, actually. Well, it almost looks like a percentage, but it's not a perfect circle. But you're right, it is a percentage. Because this circle is much bigger. Yeah, it is. Or is it? No, I think it's not a percentage. I'm not sure. No. It's almost a percentage. Like, I mean, it's not 100 pixels, so I don't know exactly how it works. Well, maybe it is 100 pixels. We need to go and check it out. Roughly there. Oh, so I guess it is 100. So it's not a percentage, it's actually 100. Yeah. Like the radius is 100, so yeah. So when they say radius 100, it means 100. But why did they limit it? Why can I not go higher than 100? It seems like a weird decision. It's like it's as if this is coded as a percentage, but it's actually a radius. Yeah, this is actually. But then again, if I look at the brush size, this one here can go any amount, I think. 10,000, that's the limit. So someone, somewhere, decided that 100 was the limit. And then someone, maybe the same person, decided that no one will ever need a brush that's bigger than 10,000. Those are weird choices. Why 10,000? Because it looks good. Expand from center, that's cool. I'm lagging so hard. Dun, dun. I guess I can also think of it as a rounded rectangle. So instead of thinking of it, maybe not. Like the action of growing. I can think of it as a point with so I can think of it as a node where there's a center and then there's 2 points, and then if I want to grow it, I push the points further away, and then that's how then with the center and the 2 points I can recompute my arc. Or I guess I could do it like GIMP. So it's actually a percentage. But it's capped at 100 pixels. So it's a percentage with a cap. So if I cannot make the full 100, so for example I decided that this is 100, but if my rectangle is too small, then this is a percentage. But there's a cap of 100 still. Like after a while, it stops growing. Or does it? Yeah, it does, right there. So right there, it stops growing. So there's a percentage and a cap. Huh. Okay, so I think I figured it out. I don't need to try to find the intersection between a line and an arc. I need to think, instead of thinking of it like this, while this is true, can I play game now? I actually made a demo. So I guess I could share it. But I'm not entirely sure what's the right way of sharing a demo yet. Like, does it matter if the demo is out in the world and then people share it with each others? Or is it better if a select few people get to try the demo? Subreddit is dead? Well, it just didn't start. Like, you're ahead of your time. Oh, really? This is cool. When is the date? Who made that? 2009? Modified in 2016. Wish. More advanced control. After a bit of browsing the game source, I saw that game. The fact that in the UI in the corner. In fact, the true limitation is. Oh. The need for separate art is probably rare, so it might not be essential to add it. But a corner radius that is of an annoyance, mainly when working with large image. Yeah, I agree with that guy. Discuss this on Game Developer. We can't allow the scale to go. It would be too sensitive for small adjustments. I think we should add a size entry instead. So essentially the guy is saying, just like the brush size is very sensitive, sort of. Like I want to go to like exactly, I don't know, 50. It's not exactly super easy. And like there's all this, like it's very rare that you need a brush like that big. Yeah. My account used to be on the old Justin TV website. Later I had to transfer it. I had to send in a personal request to transfer my account to Twitch. When was Justin TV actually? It's like a long time ago, right? They cancelled it in 2014. So I guess I don't actually know when my account was made. Because I used to... Not really. Launched in 2011. I remember when a couple of YouTubers I was watching jumped on Justin TV and then Twitch. Wow. Own 3D. Die website. We're working hard to improve our websites and will be ready to launch on the 1st of April. That has to be like a joke, right? Game 2.7 was 2009. Wow. Face. Which one do I have? 14. There's a new version then. Okay, so I have this idea now. So I don't really code. Are we debugging? I really would not want to be the person that has to debug GIMP. It seems like a hard project to maintain. I don't know how, I never checked the code actually, but... Okay, so I have this idea now. I can have my regular thing. Okay, so this is my new idea. I think it's gonna work. So, and it's very simple too. So first of all, you have your starting spot. Then you grow it. So if I say grow by 20, it grows. It makes a new rectangle that is 20 bigger in all directions. So this is like 20, 20, 20. Oops. So 20 bigger means this is 20, this is 20, whatever. 20, everything is 20. Yeah, good. Or X, whatever size it is. So grow, grow, grow. What is this line? What? Oh. Wait, what? No, glitched. I have like a phantom line. That's kind of annoying. Let's restart. Oh, it's gone. Okay. Now let's say I grow over the edges. And now I'm only thinking in terms of rectangle. Then the rectangle gets clipped, so this line gets clipped to the size of this. This line gets clipped. This line gets clipped. Not yet, but soon. Okay, the more interesting thing is if I grow. Okay, let's start with a single point. You grow it into like this very majestic rectangle. Okay, this line gets sent back. This line gets clipped. It clips to the edges. The edges, yeah. This line here gets clipped to the edges. So I end up with like this thing that completely fills the space. But okay, let's just redraw it. So maybe I can go all the way here. Clip, clip. Perfect. All the way, clip, clip. And then you end up, actually this is perfectly fine. Perfectly fine. But I end up here instead. And then, since this part here can grow, then a new rectangle gets started. So a rectangle is just a seed in that case. A seed. A seed. What does that mean? So what is a seed? A seed is a point. The point can grow into a rectangle. So if I say grow by, I start from the point and I say grow by 10, I end up with a rectangle that is not 10 but 20. So the dot becomes something that is 20. It's a square. If my seed could be a line. In other words, 2 dots. If I grow a line, then, and I say by 20 again, by 10, and when I say 10, I mean 10, 2 times. This right there is 20. This right there is whatever, y. Rather, this here is 10. This here is 10. And this here is b. A size of b. Whatever that is. Okay. So I can grow a dot. I can grow 2 dots that form a line. I guess I can grow 3 dots. empty. But what happens when I start to have not a line? Like this is 3 dots, but it's still like a line. There's no like volume inside of that. But let's say if it's, but like this shape is built from 4 dots. When I grow that, how does it work? Like this here is 10, 10. Yeah. But how? Do I define? So do I have this concept of a line and that's it? Or do I want the concept of a solid shape? Solid shapes, they require you to know the normals. Single lines, you don't care because you're growing equally in all directions. Like this here is 10. This here is 10. This square here is a 10 by 10. If I grew by 10. So if I have a perfect square, in other words, that means I have a dot. That's my seed. And then I can grow the dot however I want. And then everywhere, they're always gonna be the same length. If I need a rectangle, in that case I have 2 points. So let's say I want to reverse engineer this. Okay. Okay, let's say I want to reverse engineer this. So from the point 0, 0, I want this rectangle. But what I actually get isn't a rectangle. It's going to be 2 points that I can grow. So in this case, the rectangle, let's say it's 40. By, I don't know, 10. And then I want to figure out which 2 points do I need. Well, it's pretty simple. I cut the 10 in 2, I get 5. So I know the point is somewhere on this line. And then I know that it's 5. So I just have to compute a 5 by 5 square. Dot is here. Do the same thing on the other side. Dot is here. And that's how you get a rectangle. So what you get is actually 2 dots that have already been grown by 5. And then the radius count, because after you get the rectangle, you add a radius. Then I can say radius equals 0, something like that. And then if I take this and I say grow it by an extra 5, in other words, and I say grow it by 5, I say give me an extra 5, then I still have this seed. I've grown it by an extra 5. In other words, G equals 10. The grow factor is 10. And the R factor is 5. So from 2 points, a grow factor and an R, I can compute the radius. Okay, that sounds good. Okay, I need to get a reminder of what an APOS node is. Horizontal areas, boundaries, that's it. So my thing that I'm doing here, it can only grow as big as my node, as what? As my APOS node. In other words, Okay. So it can only grow as big as the rectangles they are in. And let's say my rectangle starts growing. It reaches this edge. It creates 2 dots right here on this thing. And then the dots, then they can start growing. Growing. The graphics are annoying me right now. I need to not think about that. I can use get node rectangle, a really useful function. This is so cool. I didn't think this was gonna be that easy to solve. It's starting to be better, to be workable. I still see some little problems with this. Okay. I start here and I start growing. Let's draw that. What is that? Thinking stream? Yeah. This is like programming. Like, I mean, most of programming work is not writing code. It's about understanding the code that you're about to write. I mean, there's an artist I'm watching right now. I wonder if he's still streaming. I hope he is. Let's go see. Is he streaming? He's not. Can I find him? Am I struggling? No, it's already figured out. Almost. It's all really close. I'm like inches away from having the perfect solution. Okay, check that out. Actually, this is bad. What was the name? Okay, whatever. Emma Watson, let's go. So that guy is an artist, okay? He draws with like pencils and charcoal, and he makes really good videos. I'm not sure why I said that, but this is annoying. My tab thing is. What else was I gonna say? Okay, yeah. So this is like an artist, artistic representation of a coder, someone programming. Like the guy's working and working on this little thing. I'm not even sure if my brain is even processing correctly anymore. But like this whole thing, that it is, I'm not even sure what I'm trying to say. The words are like the whole thing together, it took 30 hours. So yeah, okay, exactly. So a large part of the drawing process, like this whole thing in 3 minutes, this is 30 hours. Okay. So what is the point? So if you watch him in real time, it doesn't move that much. Like he's like working a little bit, adding little strokes here and there. And for a large part of the work, you don't really notice that many. You don't really notice that many changes. So in, like the programming, like you think you can just jump into the code and finish. But a bit like the artist here, you are like building something, and you don't like build it in one shot. You sort of add little strokes here and there and figure out how to work. Like even in 3 minutes, 2 minutes, like the image doesn't change that much. Like you see, like he's working this part, like right there he has big shapes, it changes. But then he starts to work the details and the little shading and everything. I'm so pissed that the bar is stuck at the top. Anyways. Wow, look at that, it's like a picture. It's perfect. The guy is like Unicode, that's his name. Really good, he has a stream on Twitch. So like what I'm doing right now is like similar. And then, yeah. Okay. Oh, yeah. So given a shape like this, like the terrain, the boundaries, and then you start to grow your thing, you cannot grow outside your limits. In other words, the limits are your node. Oh, it's already started. So if I start a point anywhere inside of this yellow box, and I start growing it, I cannot grow outside of this area. So as soon as I try to grow over the limits, if there's a node, then I create a new seed in that node. Break core, maybe. I think it's like, I wonder what he thinks it is. Maybe. Kind of interested to know the style too. What does he think this is? This is experimental breakcore, so you're right. Electronic drum, bass, and dubstep. That's the description. Breakcore. I didn't know I liked breakcore. I guess that's a new thing. Yeah, so I have breakcore in my playlist. This is a handcrafted playlist too, so I listened to this and I said, oh, this would fit into this playlist. Yeah, but I only listen to non-copyrighted. Okay, well, there is a copyright, but I listen to artists that allow people to use their music. It's from Jamendo. I like Jamendo more, sort of. Even though I like SoundCloud. Maybe it's the same for SoundCloud. But there are features that are really useful, like finding similar artists. What happens here? What happens when the thing grows too big? So this whole thing grows, and it somehow I guess it can never grow that way. So in other words, it's so hard to do this. Okay. Let's get some nice looking yellow. It doesn't matter if it's not perfect. I want to observe what happens with that. Why am I doing that? Let's just... It's cool how you can use tools to help visualize ideas. Like using 3D to like run animations just to think. I wonder if there are many playlists that mix breakcore with like this other type of music. Okay, so I have my regions now. They're all nice and perfect, and we all like them. So let's start a seed. Boom. I start this seed. You're there. Okay. 10 by 10, perfect. Okay, nice little seed. Let's darken it. Oh. Yeah. Okay. So now, when it's time to actually grow, I can only grow up to here. That's it. And then since and then once this is achieved, then it starts to grow only in this direction. Grow, grow, grow all the way. And then there's a limit, so it ends up filling the whole rectangle. Okay, what happens though here? So I'm filling this, and then this part where it's supposed to cross over, what actually happens is that there is a new 40. So 40. Yeah, I fill the partition. It's like filling it with water, sort of. But with my own custom-made data structure that's designed to solve this. So I end up with now this. I end up with like 2 seeds pretty much on the edge right there. Let's put that there. complicated. Okay, so I end up with those two C's that are placed perfectly there. So this one, this seed here is in charge of filling this whole partition. These two there are in charge of over time filling this other partition. But how does it work? Oh, new computer. Congrats. So it starts really small. What's your use for your computer? Is it mostly for gaming? Working? Did you build it yourself? Breaking news. Oh, that. Is that the new video? Suffering. And the people put it. This is so sad. My heart goes to the victims. That's like the troll comments. I'll use a circle because I can grow it from the center. So it grows, 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 grows. Gross. I don't get it. And then this needs to expand. It expands and expands. And then okay, the real thing. Okay, I finally figured out what it is that I needed to think about. Right, so if it's a point, it's a circle. Okay. The circle grows like this. So at some point I end up with that. Whatever, keep it black. Okay, so I just grew. So the radius So this is still supposed to be since it's 2 points, it's supposed to be a rectangle, but it's a rectangle with rounded corners. And a radius of this size plus where I'm at now. Hey, by the way, guys, did you check the website? It's not like perfect just because I don't yet have the perfect art, but at least the layout is not that bad for an unreleased game. I don't actually like this description. I'll have to rewrite it. Huh. How does it work? How does it work? Like, I don't want to make an edge case where this is actually grown to be this size. Or maybe I do need an edge case. But I don't bother with the lower half of this rectangle that's built from these two seeds. Essentially, what I'm building is a system that grows seeds, or whatever I call these things. So they grow, and it doesn't need to be grown through time. It's like there's some interpolation that gets done. So I don't need to compute every milliseconds to know where the growing is at then. The growing is done with math functions. So I can say, given this is how it is at millisecond 0. Let's jump to milliseconds 20. And with the formulas, figure out what my shape is. Oh wow, the neighbor's light is glitched. Check that out. I don't know if you can see it. Oh shit. I can't pull anymore. I changed my wires. Can you... I don't know if you guys can see this light. It's so weird. You can sort of see it. It's right around the door. It's flashing really fast. Like the right side is full on. Oh, and the left side is just flashing. Because I think it's detected by the sun and it's glitch. Well, there's a guy that just passed in bike and with this weather. This light is just like flicker, flicker, flicker. Does it cost more energy when it flashes like that? It's like, is he paying like thousands of dollars in flashing? Or does it not matter? This is like yeah, rip light bulb. It's like dubstep light. It's kind of amazing that my camera is able to focus that far away. When I'm putting it higher, it doesn't pick up the flicker as much. I can't believe it. I feel so bad for that light bulb. Focusable cams. But like it's an autofocus. And the window I'm showing you guys the footage from, it has a bug screen. Is that how you say it? Mosquito net. So there's a mosquito net in the window, so it's sort of like it would have been possible that the cam would focus on the net instead. So I think I'm onto something. A way to spawn points when the rectangle of this thing, when it crosses, then it can spawn points there. Huh. What happens to points if I need to remove? In other words, this is the level. That's a level. Multiply. Okay. I should be like ending. It's already 6 o'clock. Okay, this is the spawn point. So it can grow. Let's use a rectangle. So that's one seed. It's just growing through this rectangle. Okay, now it's darkened. Okay. Now after it grew a certain amount of time, now there's something that happens. Kill zone. So this area kills you if you're there. Mark it in red, sure. Okay. Another word. I guess it creates a seed at the corners if the corners are inside the zone. That makes sense. But then what happens with this zone? Oh, and there's also there at this intersection. So there's one that has to go there. Yeah. It's kind of annoying that it's not in the center. Okay, that's what happens there. This is relatively simple because those are just intersection lines between lines. The real question is what happens with this one? And does it also mean do I need to cut like this region in more smaller parts? Or this one ends up just growing that way? Okay, those points are linked. This point is linked. And this point here is linked with this. Okay, I see. Okay, they're not like individual points, they are linked. Okay, that's important. It's nice that we changed the time because now it's not so dark anymore at this time. How does it work? You're growing, but then you get intercepted. Like there's area here that gets cleared completely. What happens with this one? Is it just like making a rule? Is there a way, do I just code a way to define the area of effect? So for example, this here, or these guys here, only have an area of effect in a certain direction. Maybe I need to think about that tomorrow. This is a scary amount of nodes. What I said here was there's a grow factor, a radius factor, and the points themselves. So I need code for merging. Like there's a point where these grow together. If I look just at this wing, it's gonna grow eventually. At some point it's gonna grow and meet this guy, this other side. At that point it needs to merge. So something tells me that I need to cut. So the action of killing everything there makes this get divided. Does that make sense? And then since this gets divided, is that like too complicated? So for each point, like this point says I'm allowed to go everywhere in every direction. When that happens, this becomes updated and it says I'm allowed to go everywhere until I reach those other points. So there's now a limit. These ones are allowed to go everywhere but not backwards. Only towards the hole that's been just created. Yeah, okay, anyway. I think I'll end it there and figure it out like the rest tomorrow. So I have this sort of concept of like these sort of seeds that can grow. And the math for growing them is mostly pretty simple. I just need to like increase the G. And then this is my growth factor, and then it's easy to compute the rectangle from a point and a G. And then for the roundedness, the arc, then I can just use the R, and from the R I can compute the roundedness of the corners. Pretty simple. It starts to be weird when I need to make those nodes, like those seeds interact with each others. When I start to need to put some sort of restriction system, you can only grow so far until you reach your neighbor, pretty much. But what's the data structure that holds this data? Is it a list or is it, what is it? That's like the next part, I guess. So anyway, good night, guys.